So just a reminder to unmute when we start.
Very good.
Sorry. Oh, thank you. Oh, is Andy Wilson? Okay.
Is everybody ready to proceed?
Judge, if I could just get 2 more minutes to get my stuff set up. I was up at Judge Allen's room.
Go for the rest of the one, and go right there.
Okay.
Right there.
We'll start in a few minutes.
Hey, Judge, I put the photos, I gave you the disc, but I put the photos I'm going to use right next to you.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. morning, everyone. We're here on State of Ohio versus Jordan Brooks, case number B20-03122. This is day 2 of the bench trial. And for the record, I want to say that we are live streaming the trial on the court's YouTube channel. Mr. Brown, do you have anything before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennett, any issues we have to discuss before we start?
Good morning, Judge Burns. No, Your Honor.
All right, then you may call your next witness.
I call Dr. Karen Logan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat in the jury box. We use that for a witness stand.
Okay. Here.
You are welcome to take your mask off when you testify if you're comfortable.
Okay.
Doctor, when you get settled there, if you could start off, state your full name, and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Dr. Karen Lohman, Karenlooman.
And how are you employed?
I'm the Chief Deputy Coroner of the Hamilton County Coroner's Office.
What does the Chief Deputy Coroner at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office do?
Now, the main job is to determine cause and manner of death in individuals who die by suicide, homicide, accident, strange circumstances.
How long have you held the position of Chief Deputy Coroner?
For about 15 years. Chief Deputy Coroner for about 7 years.
How long have you worked at the Hamilton County Coroner's Lab?
About 15 years.
How long have you worked in the field of forensic pathology as a professional?
15 years.
Okay. Could you tell the court a little bit about your educational background and your work-related experiences that qualify you to hold the position as Chief Deputy Coroner at the Hamilton County Coroner's Lab?
Yes, so I went to medical school for 4 years at Kirksville College of Osteopathic Medicine. I then went into a pathology residency for 4 years and did 2 years with a specialty, they call it a fellowship in forensics. During that time, I worked as a local coroner in the state of Virginia. So I'm the one that got called when someone died within a certain city and make decisions about whether the case needed to go to the coroner's office or not. After I finished my training, I came here to Cincinnati to the Hamilton County Coroner's Office as a deputy coroner. At that point, that was when I started full-time work as a forensic pathologist.
So in your career working as a deputy coroner any place or a forensic pathologist any place, how many times have you had occasion to be a part of an investigation in determining someone's cause and manner of death?
How many times?
Yeah.
Thousands.
Okay. And as the Chief Deputy Coroner of Hamilton County, have you ever been asked to come to court in a criminal case and provide expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology relating to the cause and manner of someone's death?
Yes,
On the occasions that you've come, do you know how many times you've done that?
close to 100.
Okay. On the times that you've come to court, have you been qualified as an expert witness in the field of forensic pathology and recognized as such by the court?
Yes,
Have you been asked to give opinions based on examinations that you've performed with respect to the field of forensic pathology as to the cause and manner of someone's death in a court trial?
yes,
And on those occasions, have you been recognized by the court as an expert
yes,
and permitted by the court to render opinions with respect to the cause and manner of someone's death?
yes.
Okay, let's talk about why you're here today. Back in June of 2020, did you have occasion to perform a examination, an autopsy, an examination, forensic examination on the body of a person you now know to be Rondell Brooks Jr.?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to Mr. Brooks's death, you know when you performed the autopsy?
Yes,
Did you tell the court that day?
It was on a Tuesday, June 16th in 2020.
Okay. And tell the court just a little bit about the protocol that you go through in a general sense to determine the cause and manner of someone's death.
Yes, so we learn a little bit about the history of what's going on with the individual. That's always helpful. So in this case, we were told that this person was found dead and had gunshot wounds. When that person comes to our office, we do an external exam, which involves looking at the clothes, taking the clothes off, and looking at the body itself, looking for injury. We take photographs of those, and in cases of gunshot wounds, we frequently x-ray them because that helps us find if there are projectiles still in the body. I diagram what I see, and then we take toxicology, which is blood, looking for any sort of drugs that are in the person's system. We do that on everybody. And then we do an internal examination where we're looking at all of the organs in the body, looking for disease or injury. And based on that, I write a report as to what I found and what my opinions are as to how the individual died.
Okay. Did you follow that protocol in connection with your examination of the body of Vaughn?
Yes,
I know this is a silly question, but for the record, when you did your autopsy, was Mr. Brooks deceased?
yes, he was.
Okay, so tell the court how you went about performing your autopsy and what observations you made with respect to the body of the victim.
And I say we, meaning me and my morgue attendants that help me with the autopsy. We examined the outside of Mr. Brooks' body, and we saw some injuries, so we documented them.
Let me stop you for 1 second. When Mr. Brooks comes to the coroner's lab, how is his body from the standpoint of the state of dress or undress?
When somebody passes away at the scene, away from the hospital, they come as is, as they were found at the scene. So if they were dressed at the scene, they're just placed in a body bag and brought to our office. So they're brought as they appeared when they were found dead.
And was Mr. Brooks in that condition when you first had the opportunity to begin your examination?
Yes, he was dressed.
Now, before you start to look at or document injuries on the body, do you do an examination of the clothing?
Yes, we look at the clothing when it's on the body as well as after the body, after it's removed from it.
In a gunshot case, why are you looking at the clothing after it's removed from the body?
We look at the clothing looking for holes that bullets may make in the clothes to see if it could coordinates with the holes that are on the body itself. It's also a way you look at the clothes to see, sometimes you can tell that how far away somebody was when they were shot by a weapon, by the gun.
How is that possible?
What comes out the end of the gun is not only the bullet, there's gases and burned and unburned gunpowder that come out, and the gray gunpowder can end up on the clothes around that circular defect that's created by the bullet. And that gives me an indication that, in general, that the person was shot between maybe an inch to up about 3 feet, depending on how powerful the gun is.
So the presence of gunshot, so when the gun is fired, and the fire hits the bullet, causes the explosion, causes the bullet to come out, some of that gas comes out the front.
Yes,
And if you're close enough, that gas or the particles touch the clothing.
yes.
And what do you call that?
I call it soot.
Okay.
Other people call it the term fouling.
It is the farther away you get, the less likely it is to find evidence of soot.
That's correct.
Okay. In this case, did you do an examination of the clothing?
That's correct, yes.
Did you find any evidence of soot or fouling or anything of that nature?
No, I did not.
So assume for the sake of this hypothetical question that this victim died from a gunshot injury, how far away would that evidence be consistent with?
With nothing on the clothing, I would use the term indeterminate.
And what does that mean?
That means that it is beyond the 3 feet that I was describing earlier that said between about 1 inch and 3 feet, you may get some smoke on the clothes. Beyond the 3 feet, the likelihood of us seeing anything visually is very far removed. And so it's a way of saying it looks like it's beyond 3 feet and to infinity. I don't know exactly how far away they were when they were shot.
Okay, but at least you are.
Yes.
Okay. So after the clothing is removed, did you see evidence of damage to the clothing that was consistent with what a bullet would do if a person was clothed when he was shot?
Yes.
Okay. So after you did that, what did you do? Oh, strike that. As you're going through the clothing, did you recover any evidence of a gunshot, of any evidence of a bullet or a gunshot?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to show you an item marked State's Exhibit number 9B. Can you tell the judge what that is?
This is an evidence envelope. It has property evidence written on it, envelope written on it. It's an autopsy bullet and it has the case number and the prosecutor's labels and things on the outside of the envelope.
I'm pretty sure the judge knows this, but I'm trying to do this for the record. When you conduct an examination up at the lab, how many examinations do you conduct in a given week or a year?
Last year we did 4,800.
Okay, so you got more than one thing going on at one time.
Yes.
Is there some protocol that you follow with respect to keeping track of items that relate to a particular examination so that you can keep them separate from some other examination?
Yes.
What is that?
Each individual that comes into our office has a specific identification number so that any report that's written, any evidence that's collected is associated with that number.
And we made a stipulation yesterday that you would not know about. In addition to you working at the lab, are there other forensic scientists that work at the lab in concert with you in the effort to determine cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And would one such expert be a ballistics expert?
Yes.
Do you know a man named John Hiley?
Yes.
And tell the court who John Hiley is.
John Hiley is one of our firearms experts in our firearms department.
Does the lab use the numbering system that you talked about universally with respect to the docs that perform the autopsies and the other scientists that might do something else?
Yes, they use our number from the autopsy suite when we collect things from our body. If something comes in from the police, they get a CL number, which is a crime lab number, but it is associated with our case.
Okay. So there's a way to keep track of the items so that we know something that the police got that might be investigated or examined by a person like John Hiley. He's got the same stuff for the Rondell Brooks case and not some other.
That's correct.
In this case, what number was assigned by the lab as the tracking number?
The morgue number is CC20-2232.
Okay, and if you look on the back of this evidence on State's Exhibit 9B, is that the number that appears here?
Yes.
So as a person that's not a worker at the lab, if they're going through stuff, trying to figure out what it is, they first find that number and then they'll find a paper that's got that number on it. And then from that, they can use other numbers that are on this to determine what they're doing.
Yes.
Like, for example, I'm going to put this up. I've taken the item that was in State's Exhibit 9B out. And can you tell the court exactly what that container is?
This is a little plastic see-through bullet box. It has a barcode label that we print off in the morgue when we're creating evidence to go to the lab. And it has Mr. Rondell Brooks' name and his case number. And then inside the box itself is the bullet that was recovered as evidence in the clothing.
Okay, now either on that box itself, let me see. Up at the top of this box, there's some ink with a number on it. Do you see that number 1-6?
Yes,
Do you know what that is?
that is the crime lab's way of coding things, evidence.
So if I took State's Exhibit 10, which is John Hiley's ballistics report that's been stipulated to, and I asked you, first of all, do you see the CC number in the upper right-hand corner? It's the same as the one that indicated was attached to this item.
Yes,
So this CC number is the CC number assigned for Vaughn Brooks.
yes.
And if I went to here where it says specimens, are the specimens with respect to this bullet labeled or identified by different numbers?
The number that's at the top of my bullet box, 1-6-1, is the first line on the report there.
Okay. And then if I took this item here, State's Exhibit,
What was the exhibit number?
10 is the Vaughn report, and this is State's Exhibit 9, or pardon me, this is State's Exhibit 8, which contains, I'm just going to take one more exact. This is State's Exhibit 8A. Do you see similar writing on that exhibit that relates to this examination?
Yes,
Okay, I'm asking you these questions because we stipulated, and since John Hiley didn't explain.
okay.
So does this have an item number on it that you could refer to if you wanted to see if he looked at it or what observations he findings he had?
Yes,
What item number, Chris, you have?
4-2.
Okay. And do you see 4-2 on State's Exhibit 10?
Yes,
So after that item is recovered by you in State's Exhibit number 9B, the bullet, what do you do with it?
we found, when we were taking the clothes off of Mr. Brooks, we found that bullet wrapped within the shirt in the left armpit region. We then took a photograph of it and put it in that plastic box and sealed the box closed.
With respect to a gunshot injury sustained by someone during a violent assault, have you ever heard the term through and through or pass through injury?
Yes.
Before? Tell the court what that is.
That's a common way of describing a bullet that perforates the body, meaning it goes in and it comes out.
And
So there's no bullet left in the body, it just
Yes.
leaves damage.
assume for the sake of this hypothetical question that I shoot a person that's seated in that chair that's to your left, and the bullet doesn't exit the person's body. Is that a situation where, as you're doing an autopsy, you might expect to recover the bullet inside the body?
Yes,
Okay. But if you have a through and through injury, do you normally expect to find the bullet?
not the bullet. Sometimes you find little pieces, but not the whole bullet.
And we actually talked about this, you finding this in the clothing, and you had told me that you suspected that it was as a result of clothing holding it like a net.
Yes,
Okay. So after you perform, or you look at the clothing and you recover that bullet, what's the next thing you do?
we look at the rest of the clothing,
Okay?
looking for further holes.
Okay.
And then we actually photograph all the clothing and show the holes, and then we start at the autopsy.
And do you take photographs of portions of the victim's body that aren't injured?
Yes,
And why do you do that?
partly to show that there's no injuries, and sometimes there's other things on the body that give us indications as to what medical issues someone has. We take pictures of scars, especially if they've got a scar down the center of their chest, that may mean they've had heart surgery, or we take pictures of tattoos, because sometimes we have bodies that we don't know who they are, and the tattoos help to identify individuals sometimes.
So I want to ask you, did you have occasion to observe tattoos on the body of this victim, Mr. Brooks?
Yes,
Okay, now specifically with reference to his neck, do you take note of every tattoo on the body?
I
Or
try to.
Okay, so with respect to tattoos on the victim's neck, did you discover or observe any tattoos on the victim's neck?
Yeah, there was a tattoo on the right side of the neck.
Okay, I'm going to show you an item on States Exhibit 7M. Look at that photograph. Tell me first of all what it is, and then tell me what it shows.
This is a photograph of the right side of the neck of Mr. Brooks behind it and below his ear. And it's a tattoo that looks like it says MH with the M and the H, or the H on top of the M.
Did he have any other tattoos on his neck?
Not that I found, no.
Okay, and I'm going to just show you a photograph marked States Exhibit 2RR, and assume for the sake of this hypothetical question that someone testified that's a photo of Mr. Brooks at the crime scene. That shows the other side of his neck, does it not?
Yes,
Do you see any tattoos over there?
no.
So I would like to show you a photograph marked States Exhibit number 7A, pardon me. They ask if you recognize the photo that's depicted, or the person that's depicted in that photograph.
Yes,
Who is that?
this is Mr. Brooks.
How old was Mr. Brooks, if you know?
.30.
Okay. And what does this photo show as it relates to Mr. Brooks and the injuries that he sustained?
This is a photograph from the waist up of Mr. Brooks with his clothes removed, showing some tattoos and several of the bullet wounds.
Do you know in all how many different bullet wounds you observed in the body of Rondell Brooks?
There were 8 holes.
Okay. Are you able to say or connect the holes with one another if it's a through and through injury?
Yes.
All right. And with respect to the 8 holes that you saw, how many bullets were you able to attribute to the 8 holes?
The 8 holes included 4 ins and outs.
Okay.
And the bullet we found in the clothes was probably one that went in the body and out, and then got stuck in the clothing.
Okay.
So we recovered 1 bullet.
Okay. Can you tell the court if it's possible as a forensic pathologist to determine, or how is it possible to determine if it's an entrance wound or an exit wound?
We can. It's the appearance of the holes on the skin.
So how do you go about, when you're making an examination, determine whether the bullet that went through a person's body was the entrance wound or the exit wound?
Sometimes it's difficult, but the entrance wound is from a bullet that's spinning, very similar to a football that you throw and try to keep the football steady. The bullet spins to go in a straight line. It actually tears the skin in a circle around the hole as it enters the body. So I'm looking for, they call that an abrasion collar. So I'm looking for an abrasion collar around a hole to tell me that that's an entrance wound. Many exit wounds are not circular, and they also do not have that abrasion collar around it if it does end up being circular. So sometimes I can look at a hole on the skin and not know exactly whether it's an entrance or an exit, but then I can follow it through the body and see where it comes out and realize, comparing these 2 holes, that this is definitely the entrance wound.
So when you're doing an autopsy, you not only do that external exam, but then you later go actually into the body to see what damage or damages were caused by a bullet or bullets.
That's correct.
And you're able to follow the path through the body.
Yes.
Okay. With respect to this photograph, State's Exhibit number 7A, how many bullet holes does that show on the upper torso of Mr. Brooks?
6.
6 holes.
And how many entrance injuries does it show on the front torso of Mr. Brooks?
2.
Okay, now, I think you said there's 4, you were able to match 4 ins and 4 outs.
Yes.
Okay, when you're doing that, you're able to determine whether it's an in or out. Are you able to determine which bullet was fired first or which bullet hit him first?
Most of the time we do not know.
And were you able to do that in this case?
No.
So I'm going to show you an item. At the end of your examination, do you have occasion to reduce your observations and your opinions to a written document?
Yes.
And then do you later furnish that to the prosecutor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this item on State's Exhibit number 7 or 6, pardon me, 6. Can you tell Judge Branch if you recognize that, assuming you do, what is it?
This is the autopsy report with my opinion page that I created after I finished the autopsy. And also attached is the toxicology report.
So the purpose of this question is on this autopsy report, you kind of follow the same protocol as John Hiley with respect to telling the court, I see this bullet injury, I see this bullet injury, correct?
Yes.
But you label them bullet number 1, bullet number 2. Do those numbers have any significance in determining which bullet hole was first?
No, I usually number my bullet holes starting from the top of the head down, and usually front to back, unless they're shot in the back, and then I will put that number in the back.
So I'm going to start. I'm going to show you a photograph marked State's Exhibit. Number 7G. This is 7G, like George, and tell the court what that shows.
This is Mr. Brooks, a photograph of Mr. Brooks' back. He's face down on the table. This is from about his waist up to the top of his head.
Okay. And does that photograph, State's Exhibit 7G, show evidence of any injuries that you observed that you believe led to the death of Rondell Brooks?
Yes.
What injuries does this photograph show? Could you show the judge what you're talking about?
The picture?
Yeah.
There are 2 bullet wounds on this individual. One right there, and one on the back of the head. So those are both entrance wounds.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a photograph marked State's Exhibit 7B and 7E. Tell the court what those photographs show.
These are both pictures of the back of Mr. Brooks' head, showing what I label as gunshot wound number 1, which is an entrance wound on the left back of his head.
And if you could just take one of those pictures, maybe 7D, and show the judge as we're defining before what an entrance wound is, how you know that's an entrance wound versus an exit wound. In other words, how you know he was shot in the back of the head versus the front of his head.
Yes, so you can see a wound there, and there's pink which is the tissue that's a little bloody. So the actual hole that the bullet created is in the center of that wound. It looks darker than the rest, and then around it, that red is actually the abrasion that's created when the bullet spins and tears its way into the skin.
Then if you look at State's Exhibit 7B and 7C, can you tell the court what those photographs show?
Yes, these are pictures of Mr. Brooks' face, but specifically taken to show the exit wound of the bullet that entered the back of his head.
Okay, so sometimes, is it not true, that you can have a bullet injury like the one in the back that's shown in State's Exhibit 7G that doesn't come out of the front of somebody's body, it might hit a bone and veer off to the right or the left and go up to the top.
Sometimes it does, that's very rare. Usually the bullet travels in pretty much a straight line.
Okay. But you undertake efforts to discount that so that you can tie the entrance wound with the exit wound.
Yes,
So in that case, with respect to the head injury, you're saying that the entrance wound is in the back of the head and the exit wound is in the front of the head.
yes, the exit wound is within the eyebrow, the left eyebrow.
So at some point in time, you said earlier that when you're doing an autopsy, you conduct an internal examination where you actually look at the body and examine the damage that was caused on the body.
Yes,
I'm going to show you a photograph marked State's Exhibit 7F. And I'm going to ask you if you could look at that. And assuming you recognize it, tell the court what it is and what it shows.
this is a picture of the brain that we removed from Mr. Brooks' head. There is a metal probe that's lying along the underside of the brain, and it's showing us the path that the bullet took underneath his brain.
And what damage or what injury did Mr. Brooks sustain as a result of that injury?
There is an area on the base of the brain called the cerebellum and brainstem. The bullet cut half of that in half by passing through it. It actually also grazed the underside of the left half of the brain. It created bleeding and swelling that is lethal.
So if I went back and asked you to look at State's Exhibit number 7G again, and I'm now asking you to look at the back injury that's shown on 7G,
Yes,
did you undertake similar efforts to determine if there was a corresponding exit wound for that injury?
yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you two photos. Show you one photo. On State's Exhibit 7I. Can you tell the court what that is?
Yes, this is a picture of the right upper chest of Mr. Brooks. It's showing two exit wounds, and one that's on his chest, right above the name label, is the exit wound for the one bullet hole that was in his right back.
Let me go back. And just, I'm doing this for housekeeping. With respect to the injury to the back of the victim on State's Exhibit 7G, could you look at 7H and tell the court what that shows?
This is a very close picture of the wound that's on the right back, showing, again, the hole in the center and the pink abrasion around it that indicates an entrance.
And so so the judge knows, what I try to do is take a faraway picture of 7G and then a close-up of the injury so she had a reference for where it was and then where it was.
Yes.
Would you say that those two pictures show that with respect to the back injury?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 7K, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, and if you do, tell the court what that shows.
This is the left upper shoulder of the Mr. Brooks. It's actually showing two separate gunshot wounds. The one that's more superior is the entrance wound for number 2, gunshot wound number 2. And one below that is gunshot wound number 3 that was just very superficial, went in and out just right under the skin. And I have metal rod through there to show that it's superficial.
On this photograph, I only got you one of these, I know you took a number. You see the markings on the skin of the victim here on gunshot wound number 3, as you call
Yes.
it. Is there a term for that?
The common term for that is a graze, or also an abrasion collar. It's an indication of the angle that the bullet took when it went in the skin. And if the bullet is not perfectly perpendicular to what it's hitting, it will scrape the side of the skin as it enters the skin at an angle. And so in this case, the bullet was very shallow to the skin, and so it scraped the skin going in and it scraped the skin going out.
Would that injury, evidence of that injury be consistent or allow you to make any judgments with respect to where the muzzle of the gun, as it expelled the firearm, was to that part of the body?
It's at such an angle that it suggests that the gun was on the left side of the individual, maybe even perpendicular. So if the individual was standing like that, the gun had to have been at such an angle to create a straight line and just barely hit the skin underneath. So it indicates that the gun was likely on the left side of the individual.
That other injury that's to
Hang
the,
on, Mr. Craig,
Yes.
you just demonstrated for me, that you were using your right side.
well, okay, so it would still work the same way, correct?
Yes. So the gun had to have been on the left to create an in and out wound, very superficial to the skin of his chest.
Okay. And not consistent with someone approaching the victim,
Objection, Judge, speculation. She's not qualified for that.
but she's an expert, she can give opinions
My
on that.
objection, sir. Objection is this. Chief,
Well, hang on, the question wasn't finished. So the part of the question that I got out, I can't roll on. So let's hear the question again.
Would the trajectory of the bullet in gunshot wound number 3, in your opinion, be consistent with the torso, the front torso, the chest area being head on to the gun, to the muzzle of the gun?
I'm gonna object, that this is outside the box of her expertise. She is here to opine about the cause of death and manner of death, not the path of bullets, and not where the victim or the decedent was standing, and where the assailant was gun was standing. That's outside of her expertise. She's not qualified to say it.
In response to that, Mr. Brown.
Judge, I disagree. She's a forensic pathologist. She's talked all about examination of gunshot injuries. She's given expert opinions about how bullets travel through the body. I disagree with it.
All right, well, I understood Dr. Lumen to be an expert in cause and manner of death, not bullet trajectories or ballistics, so I'm going to sustain that objection.
Do you have to have an understanding of bullet?
And I'm going to strike the answer.
Well, I'm going to try to qualify her now as an expert in that
I just
area.
wanted to finish my statement before you asked your
I'm
next
sorry, Your Honor. Are you finished writing now?
Yeah.
Okay. In order to do your job in determining cause and manner of death, do you have to have an understanding of how a bullet operates as it enters into a body and trajectories?
A basic understanding, yes.
Okay. And in your career as a forensic pathologist, have you ever been asked to have you ever had occasion to make observations with respect to bullet injuries and their trajectories?
Yes, very often.
Okay. And on those occasions, have you been able to formulate opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty and scientific certainty as to the likely trajectory of a bullet.
Yes,
And on those occasions, I assume those were homicide cases?
yes,
Were you ever asked to come to court and to provide expert testimony on those fields?
yes,
Ever been asked to come into the Hamilton County Common Police Court before and provide expert testimony on that subject?
yes,
And were you recognized by the court as an expert in that field?
yes,
And were you permitted by the court to answer questions in that regard?
yes.
Okay, so with respect to this case, was this any different than any of the other cases that you handled with respect to determining trajectory?
No.
Do you consider, or do you have to rely on your opinions as it relates to the trajectory of a firearm to determine manner of death?
Yes,
And did you do that in this case?
yes.
Okay, so what was your opinion with respect to where the muzzle of the gun was as it relates to the injury?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm just trying to make sure I have the right record, Your Honor. Is that because the court doesn't feel that I've laid the proper foundation, or what type of, tell me the training that you get in examining gunshot injuries?
I spent a week in a firearms lab where they talked about the function of a gun, and I shot several guns, and we talked about distance and what ends up, the soot that comes out the end of the gun, and what happens when you're shooting farther away or closer together.
And so with respect to your training as a forensic pathologist, do you become a forensic pathologist and just stop training?
No.
Okay, is it ongoing?
Yes,
Okay, and so what kinds of things do you do or have you done in your career to make sure you're familiar with issues like gun trajectory so that you can come to court and testify?
we have to maintain training every year, a certain number of hours, and so there are conferences we go to as forensic pathologists. All of us are forensic pathologists. We all talk about injuries and specific cases and why decisions were made one way or the other. It's a scientific discussion on the appearance of gunshot wounds and how you describe entrance and exit wounds and distances and things like that. We talk about that all the time.
And if you picked up State's Exhibit number 7K, show Judge Branch, or remind Judge Branch, where you think the bullet entered and where you think the bullet exited.
I believe the bullet entered on the left side of the wound and exited on the right side of the wound.
Okay. And what is that thing that's in Mr. Brooks' body in that injury?
We call that a probe. Sometimes we use that to follow the path of a bullet.
Okay.
And in this case, we used the probe to show the entrance and exit wounds and how shallow it was, and then we took a picture of it.
Okay. And so with respect to that photograph, does that photograph actually show the trajectory of the bullet that caused that injury?
Yes,
Okay. And that's the type of information that you rely upon on a daily basis to do your job?
yes,
So with respect to that injury, was that injury consistent, in your opinion, with the gun being directly in front of the victim?
I'm going to object. Here's my objection for the record. I think there's some confusion by Mr. Clem. She's a coroner, and what's within her province, Your Honor, is the body itself, not the environment. That's why you didn't look at the videotape, did you? No, correct?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'm not my words, I apologize. That's why she didn't look at anything but the body, because that's within her province is the body, the corpse. She's a coroner. So when she talks about trajectory, she's not talking about trajectory from the projectile of the gun to the body. She's talking about the trajectory of the bullet within the body. Once it enters the body, enters the room, and it exits. That's within her province. She can say what that angle was. And she said that. But what she cannot do is step outside the province of a coroner and then say, well, you know what? I think this person was standing this way, or this person was standing this way, or the person who shot him was standing that way. She doesn't know that. She doesn't have information to know that. She just knows the trajectory of you. She just knows the trajectory of the bullet when it touches the body. That's the only thing she examined. You need way more information than that. And this expertise, she testified, I'm an expert, I'm a coroner, and I'm here to testify and opine about the manner of death and the cause of death. Anything else outside of that is not within her purview, her province, or her expertise, and should not be allowed.
Judge, she testified that she's not a coroner. She testified that she is a forensic pathologist. She is a doctor that's certified. I mean, I'm happy to have her tell you what the term forensic means and what the term pathologist means, but she is a scientist that is trained to understand all kinds of things. And I didn't ask her if she went to the crime scene. She goes to crime scenes all the time. She looks at all kinds of forensic evidence to make her decision. I didn't go through that because we weren't in a jury trial and I didn't think it was necessary. But if the court feels that I have to do that, I'm more than happy to do it. She's already testified without objection that the shot from here, she made it turn around because I made a mistake, but the shot from here over here to here, and the gun had to be there.
I actually did.
You did not.
Yes, I did.
You didn't. We're talking about the one now that went in here. You did not object.
Gentlemen, speak to me, not to
Sorry.
each other. Anything else?
No.
All right. So here's my ruling. Dr. Lumen is an expert in talking about the bullet inside body. She's not an expert in guns and trajectory and flight path from the gun to the body. So I'm going to disallow any testimony from her on trajectory or flight path from the gun to the body. Okay,
May I have 1 second?
sure.
So doctor, if you look at the injury to the victims, I took state's exhibit. $7K. And now I'm not looking at the injury, the grazing injury, looking at the injury above. Remind the court what that is.
This is what I've labeled as gunshot wound number 2, and it's the entrance wound. It's on the left upper chest.
Okay. And was that an entrance or exit wound?
This is an entrance wound.
Okay. And so that was the one where before when I was standing like this, but I should have been standing like this because it's at this part of the victim's body.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 7J. Can you tell the court what that is?
This is the right upper chest, really maybe on the shoulder, the right shoulder. This is the exit for gunshot wound number 2. So it entered on the left and exited on the right front of the chest.
If you look at State's Exhibit 7L, you tell the court, and that's this one right here, what that photo is.
Before you begin, Mr. President,
Pardon me?
could you refer
Yes. I actually told the family here not to be in here. This was, I did not know that. I've never done this before. I will not. You got it. That's why, Judge, but that's why I gave you the pictures.
I know.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 7L, tell the court what that is.
This is the upper chest of Mr. Brooks. We've peeled back some of the skin, and I'm just showing you how gunshot wound number 2 is very superficial and just in this red part, which is the muscle of the chest. It does break the collarbone, the clavicle, right close to the midline, but then it just travels within the muscle on the front of the chest.
So are you able to talk about the path that the bullet took in the body of the victim?
Yes,
And can you tell the court what that was?
it was left to right, and slightly upward. So left to right and slightly upward.
Okay. And does that mean that the bullet was at an angle when it entered?
Slightly.
So doctor, did you observe any other evidence of any other injuries in the victim's body during the course of your autopsy?
I think we talked about all of the gunshot wounds, so there were no other significant injuries
Okay.
on the outside, yeah.
Can you tell the court what damage, if you haven't already talked about it, I know we talked pretty much about gunshot wound number 1, which was the head injury, but what damage was caused by the other gunshot wounds that you observed as you went into the body and followed their path?
Yeah, so gunshot number 2 started here, entered here, exited here, excuse me. It broke the collarbone right here and just damaged a lot of muscle, but that's all that injured. Number 3 was that one that was an in and out on this left side. It just went underneath the skin. Number 4 that entered his right back and came out the right front. Went through his right lung and damaged a couple ribs. In going through the right lung, it damaged a bunch of blood vessels. And so the right chest, when we opened his body, had 1,350 milliliters of blood in the chest. So it transected some blood vessels and he bled heavily into his chest here. And on the left side, he just had maybe 100 milliliters.
Based upon your examination of Mr. Brooks and the autopsy that you performed, and the other tests that were performed in concert with your autopsy, were you able to formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty and scientific certainty as to the cause of the death of Vaughn Brooks?
Yes,
What was that opinion?
my opinion is he died from multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso.
Okay, were you able to render any opinion as to the timing of the death with respect to the receiving of the injuries?
I believe they occurred just about the same time, within seconds or minutes.
And then, with respect to, I think you're charged as a matter of law in determining manner of death, right? I'm sorry. Are you charged as a matter of law with determining manner of death?
Yes,
Okay.
in cases within Hamilton County.
And what do you do other than the autopsy to help you formulate that opinion?
Well, I look at the wounds, injuries, and interpret how they could have been received. And I also understand the situation around, like where he was found, and what was found around him. And that helps me determine manner of death.
So I'm not going to get into the ballistics part of this with your trajectory, but as a forensic pathologist, are you limited in your examination of someone's body to just the body itself?
Yes, when we go to the scene, for example, we can look, but any evidence that we collect, anything we take from the scene is simply the body and what's on the body.
I didn't ask it correctly.
Okay.
Is that all you consider in the course of your examination?
Oh, no.
Okay. What do you consider in the field of forensic pathology that allows you to make these opinions?
An autopsy is actually a medical procedure. And so I look at the person's medical history. I look at what's happening around the time that they died with the COVID going on. I look to see if maybe they were complaining of shortness of breath and stuffy nose or something like that. I just look at the whole situation, not just what I find on autopsy.
Okay. And as a result of your examination in this case, were you able to formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific and medical certainty as to the manner of the death? State's Exhibit 23, State's Exhibit 7B.
Let's see it.
It's going to be 7B, 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 7B as in boy, 7D as in David, and 7F as in Frank. Tell the court what 7B and 7D are.
This is the entrance and the exit wound of the wound to the head. So the M1 entrance that went in the left side of the back came out,
And then,
left eye.
and then the other exhibit, I think it's 7E.
This is the brain.
Okay, and but that shows that rod that you use to determine the trajectory of the bullet through the body.
Yes,
What observation did you make in that regard with that injury?
that this was more likely a lethal injury in and of itself.
But were you able to determine the angle at which it traversed the head?
Yes,
And can you tell the court what that is?
that was front to back, slightly left to right, and upward.
Okay, and when you say front to back, what do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, I mean back to front,
Okay, so,
back to front.
and then slightly,
Slightly left to right, so slightly coming from the left and going a little bit to the right.
okay,
Compared to where the hole is in the back, the hole in the front is a little bit left to right,
and then upwards.
slightly up.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Oh, sorry. This report states Exhibit 6. Does this contain, is this a written document that contains the observations and the findings you made with respect to the death of Lionel Brooks Jr.?
Yes,
And did you sign this document on the second to last page,
second to the first page.
second to first page, to indicate that this was your professional opinion?
Yes.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Mr. Bennett, are you ready for cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Now we're acquainted, we've had many homicide cases, I've examined you many times.
Yes,
Okay, so let's talk about gunshot number 2. You said that the entrance wound on gunshot number 2, where would that be on the body for gunshot number 2?
it entered the left upper shoulder, upper chest area
Right.
right here.
And where did it exit?
Exited right upper shoulder, right upper chest.
And then, so gunshot number 3, where did that enter?
Entered below number 2, so again, left upper chest.
And so you have 4 entrance wounds, correct?
4 entrance wounds, yes.
Right.
In total, yes.
Right. You don't know the order of those entrance wounds.
That's correct.
You don't know which one was received first or last or second or third. You don't know those.
No, I don't.
And I want to ask you some questions. They're going to seem kind of axiomatic and kind of simple, but I gotta ask you. Your toxicology report, the decedent was positive for marijuana,
Yes,
and you opined that the distance between the gun that fired the projectile and his body, you said it was indeterminate. You understand?
yes,
Which means that no tooth or no other element from a gun on the body or the clothing, so you know it wasn't that close, correct?
that's correct.
And then you also don't know whether or not it could have been 3, 4, or 5 feet. You just don't know.
I do not know.
even with 1 or 2 feet, you don't always find suit, do you?
That's correct, sometimes you don't.
So you just don't know how close the decedent was to the person who fired that weapon that shot him 4 times. You don't know, right?
That's correct.
Now, this is going to sound simple, but you also don't know what the decedent was doing either, do you?
No.
Did you, what happens, this might be outside of your problem, so you let me know. Did you do a gun residue test on the decedent?
No.
Do you do that sometimes?
Oh, we do sometimes.
Right, you didn't do it this time?
No.
Now, what is an abbreviation?
An abbreviation is a way to either write or say a word in a shorter version.
Right. You usually take the first letter of the first word, and you have that letter, and then you take the first letter of the second word, and you have that letter.
Yeah.
What would be abbreviations for most hated?
For
Most hated, what would be the abbreviation for most hated?
Objection.
If she knows.
She's an judge, I'm going to object on the same basis that he objected on the ballistics. He isn't established that she's some kind of grammatical expert or would know something about someone that lives in a certain part of town and might choose to get some tattoo on their body, what the meaning is. I don't know.
Can I respond?
First of all,
Because I can't testify.
First, the reason, the fact that he can't testify doesn't mean that it opens the door to have some witness to speculate on what some abbreviation means. If he has, there's other ways for him to do that. He knows how to do it.
she can answer whether she does or not.
What's the abbreviation for most hated? What would be the 2 letters?
I would assume it was MH.
Me too.
Objection, due to the strike based on her answer, she's assuming something.
Overall.
And that is the actual tattoo. I'm not going to show you the picture. You've already seen it. I don't want to give it the picture. But you saw MH on his neck. The abbreviation. You said you saw the letter MH.
Yes, MH was on the right side of his neck, yes.
Right, on the decedent's neck.
Yes.
Right? Okay, now, this is going to sound elementary, but you're not aware of how or why those 4 shots was fired, are you?
No, I have no idea.
Because you were concerned with the cause of death in a man, right?
That's right.
One moment, please.
Good counsel approach before you strike your cross or redirect.
Right, okay, I got the program. I didn't hear what you said. I hear you.
Okay.
If I have a follow-up on this, but,
No problem.
okay, thanks.
She can have that if she wants.
I'm gonna make one for you.
I think he's gonna make an exhibit.
So, doctor, I'm gonna show you an item that now marked as State's Exhibit 6A. First of all, just to get this out of the way, go back to your expertise on nicknames and tattoos. What, if your nickname was Mad Hatter, what letters would you use?
MH,
How about my highest, so if you're religious, and you,
probably MH.
okay.
And what exhibit number is this?
That's 6A, Judge. Tell the court what 6A is.
6A is the diagram of injuries that I drew and documented when I was examining Mr. Brooks' body.
And does that diagram, do you kind of notate where the entrance and the exit wounds are?
Yes, I notate where the entrance is and where the exit is, and then what's written underneath is descriptions of the wounds themselves and where they're located, and that ends up in the autopsy report.
You actually are making that when you're doing the autopsy, right?
Yes,
Okay. Well, could you do me a favor? Could you take this yellow highlighter and mark the wounds that are the entrance wounds? And then maybe show the court as you're doing it, which ones?
so there are two holes that are on the back, the one by the head and the right back, and then on the front, it's the two by the left shoulder.
And then could you take this pink highlighter and show the court with that pink highlighter where the exit wounds are?
So the exits are all on the front, by the left eye, right shoulder, right chest, and left shoulder.
Judge, may I approach you?
Yes,
I think you were trying to keep, I was just going to let you.
I think I heard it. If you'd like to make color copy for Mr. Bennett, that's fine.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure I'm going to.
It's great,
That's great, Councilman.
Two. Thank you. There was a question about the, we were calling it docs. the metal rod, you call it a probe?
I called it a probe.
Okay. There's a question about it appears like it's not straight, it's bent. Is there a reason for that?
It's slightly bent. This, what I call the probe, is actually something that the hospitals use to help intubate the body, and it has to have a curve so that they can get it into the throat. And so somehow it may have turned up at our office with other medical therapy, and we thought, well, that's awfully useful. And so then it is slightly crooked, but this is not necessarily representing the locations of the entrance and the exits. It's just showing the path of the bullet.
But it's not, like, more importantly, if it's crooked inside the head, it's not showing that the bullet went down a little bit and came up. It's just, you're trying to show, I assume the bullet went pretty much straight through.
Yes, I'm just trying to show the overall path of the bullet. And the curving is just because the rod curves a little bit.
Thank you.
What was that last question?
That's the final.
Oh, what are the, oh,
That's right.
what are the 4 or 5 manners of death that the Ohio law charge would determine?
Natural, suicide, homicide, accident. There's actually a 5th one called undetermined.
So can you define each one for the court, but start with homicide?
Homicide is death at the result of the actions of another. Suicide is death as a result of your own actions. An accident is a death as a result of not anything planned, I guess you could say, or an act of God that kills you. And natural is natural disease like pneumonia, like COVID, like cancer. And undetermined is, I have no idea what any of those 4 it could be.
And how are you able to render an opinion in this case that it's homicide to the exclusion of everything else?
Primarily because the way he shot, he could not have shot himself this way. So someone else must have shot him, which tells me that this was at the hands of somebody else. So it's actually not a legal definition. It is simply a definition of how it occurred.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
For any further cross based on those questions?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. We are free to go back to work.
All right.
Just around 5 minutes. Is it sure?
Yeah, I was supposed to take the jury back off.
But if I can ask.
Well, you guys, yeah, talk to her about 1 o'clock.
Yeah, because I gotta go.
What's going on?
Well, Judge Lubers wants me to,
Off the record or around the
yeah, off the record.
Oh,
Okay, we'll see. Judge Lubers wants me to come to, courtroom at 1 o'clock for a matter of scheduled date at 9 o'clock.
mask up. Sorry.
Judge Lubers wants me to come in the courtroom at 1 o'clock for a
Okay.
matter that was scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. You know, I was there from 9 to 10 o'clock this morning. Did he call? And then have
They
to come back
contacted
here.
me to make sure he would be here.
So, I'm asking the court, we allow him to be there, right? If we can take a lunch around that time, 1 to 2,
Around what?
from 12:45 to 1:30 or 1:45. The count's in at 1 o'clock here.
That's fine with me. How about you, Mr. Brown?
I'm great with that, Jim.
Angie? We're open?
Yes. And then, can I have
So we'll take the next witness until 12:45.
Thank you.
You want to take a break?
5
first?
minutes?
All right, we'll start with your next witness at 11:30.
Okay. Judge, maybe Mr. Bennett and I talk to you just for 1 second for schedule at sidebar. Call Detective Gearing, Your Honor.
All right, Detective Hearing, you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you can have a seat and you may remove your mask if you're comfortable.
Okay, thank you. Detective, yes, I'm sorry. Turn on. I think it is on. Yesterday, Detective, you were talking. We were talking about Shot Spotter, and I showed you State's Exhibit number 11A. You remind Judge Branch what State's Exhibit 11A is.
It's a disk of the containing the PDF file, the ShotSpotter investigative report.
And I'm going to use my limited knowledge of this system. I think it's that one, right? Or is it that one?
Oh, you have the mouse on top of the page.
Well, they told me all I had to do was this. That is that. So this is this. You just had it plugged before. Oh, maybe I have to do this. That's right. There we go. And this is, the Shot Spotter is a device that allows you to triangulate the shots. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this, I'm now playing this. This shows the information, the location of the different listening devices. And then here, is this the result of those listening devices?
Well, that doesn't show the location of the listening devices. That shows the listening device number. That shows where it predicts the gunshots came from.
Okay. But this area here is the audio of the actual gunshots being fired.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm going to try to play this for the court. I think you said yesterday that there were different locations that pick up the shots.
Yeah, those are three sensors. At least three sensors picked up the shots.
If you look at the information on this sheet, it actually says the sensor number and then tells you how far away it is from the shot.
Yes,
So the first one's 357 feet.
yes.
If I played the second one, that was at over 800 feet.
Yes.
And how many shots do you hear as I play the third one?
5.
So as a result of your involvement in this investigation, you talked yesterday about being on the crime scene. And I showed you all those photographs, State's Exhibit 2A and 2ZZ. Remember those from yesterday?
Yes.
I don't plan on going through those individually, but did you see evidence of a gunshot being fired from the crime scene at the crime scene itself when you went there?
Yes.
And if you look at State's Exhibit 2C, can you tell the judge where you found evidence? You don't have to do the specific locations, but let me ask you this way. I ask you to look back at State's Exhibit 8, which contains 8A through 8E. And State's Exhibit 9A, remind the court what these items are.
8, Exhibit 8 are the shell casings. 5 45 caliber shell casings that were recovered near Rondell's body in the parking lot. And Exhibit 9A is a bullet that was recovered in the parking lot.
And that's the evidence of the gun being fired as well.
Yes,
And how many shell casings were recovered?
5.
And how many shots did the shot spotter indicate?
5.
Did you have any indication that there was any other weapon fired by any other person?
No.
You talked yesterday about the vehicles and using the license plate tracker.
Yes.
And I showed you State's Exhibit 13, which was the marquee. You actually determined in the course of your investigation who was operating the car in State's Exhibit 13?
Not an homicide, it was
The defendant.
yes.
All right, if you look at State's Exhibit 14, tell the court what that is.
This is the other vehicle that we'll see on video entering and exiting the complex. It's the white Toyota Corolla.
Were you able to, is that vehicle, is that the one that was tied in with shot spotter?
Yes,
Okay,
they both were, yes.
okay. But on that photo there, it shows the license plate. Is that how you make the identification?
Yes,
Okay, State's Exhibit 13, I didn't use the license plate, but you have photos for the license plate for 13, right?
yes,
Okay. Were you able to determine who was in that vehicle?
yes.
Who was in that vehicle?
Camden Branham and Ricardo Blair.
Okay. And do you know, can you tell the court what the relationship of Camden Branham and Ricardo Blair is to the defendant?
I believe Camden's a relative, I believe a brother, and Ricardo's a very close friend.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, did you actually have contact with those individuals and speak to them?
Yes, I spoke with Camden, Detective Randolph spoke with Ricardo.
Okay. But as a result of the investigation, do you recognize those people? Are you able to say that's Camden, that's Ricardo?
Yes,
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, you had contact with the defendant.
yes,
And as a result of that contact, do you feel that you are able to recognize him?
yes,
Okay. There were some questions yesterday asked to you. And there was a question, I think, asked yesterday about how long it took the police to get to the crime scene.
yes,
And I think you talked about the fact that the State's Exhibit 4 was a compilation of a bunch of videos.
yes,
So in other words, we have a video from one camera, a video from another camera that run for a long time, and we took State's Exhibit 4 and broke it down to what we felt was the important part of it.
Yes,
Okay, did you go back and look at the video to determine how long it was between the shooting and the time the police arrived?
yes,
And what can you tell me about that?
roughly 3 minutes.
And were you able to watch or observe the film in that 3 minutes to see if anyone approached the body or touched the body there?
Yes.
And what did you find in that report?
There's, shortly after the shooting, there are people that come outside their apartments and are looking. Shortly before the police arrive, there is a person that walks up near the body, appears to be looking at the body, does not bend down or stoop down at all to touch or take anything from Rondo.
Did you see anything on the video that would suggest that someone removed anything from the victim's body?
No.
So was there ever a point in time when, or strike that, at my direction, did you undertake efforts to try to clean up the video that we saw yesterday?
I'm gonna clean up and zoom in.
Okay, that's what I meant. And tell the court, I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 4A is. Tell the court what this is.
It's a copy of the zoomed in portion of the video.
Okay, and when you say zoomed in, you do not have this, Judge. When you say zoomed in, tell the court what this zooms in on.
It zooms in on the interaction between Rondell and Jordan by the parked cars, just before, just after Rondell's kill.
So this is, State's 4A is actually State's 4, it's just zoomed in.
Yeah.
And this, in your opinion, State's 4A, is it helpful in showing the court the relevant positions of the people that were at or near or involved in this incident?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I move to play State's Exhibit 4A for the court.
Any objection?
Can I speak for the front?
Yes.
Judge, let me approach you for 1 second. So, I guess some questions. I asked the police officer to go through this 4 years ago. So this is the video, so just close it up. So I'll put this for like 10 minutes. I look at it. So if you can just give us, we can watch it.
Okay. We're going to go off the record and take a brief
We're good?
Yes.
We're good. Thanks so much.
Sir, would you please start off and tell us your full name, spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
John T. Hiley, that's John, T as in Tom, Hiley, Heile.
How are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist assigned to the Firearms and Toolmark section of the Hamilton County Coroner's Office Crime Laboratory.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been at BCI as well. I started in Firearms in 2000, July of 2000.
So from 2000, July 2000 to present, you've worked as a ballistics expert and forensic scientist in a laboratory setting.
Yes, it's firearms identifications and what my expertise is in.
Okay.
I do have some knowledge in ballistics as well.
Okay. What's the difference between firearms and ballistics?
Well, with firearms, we examine actual firearms, whether it be semi-automatic pistols, revolvers, rifles, shotguns. We also then compare bullets, cartridge cases to those firearms. And if the firearm is not submitted, then we will compare the bullets and cartridge cases to each other, determine how many guns are involved, and then sometimes we can actually do a gun prediction. As far as ballistics goes, that's more of the study of how a bullet acts in flight when it goes down the barrel, and then what happens after it leaves the barrel, hits an object, hits an intervening object like ricochet. Generally, the ballistics experts are more of crime scene type people. They work for the police usually.
Okay. Do you have a working knowledge of how guns, or do you have to have, in order to do your job, a working knowledge of how a firearm operates?
Yes.
So can you tell the court basically, when I pull the trigger of a firearm, how it works?
Yes.
Okay. Tell
Would you like a semi-automatic pistol or a
me.
revolver?
Yeah. What's the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol?
So a semi-automatic pistol incorporates a magazine in which you load the magazine. Then you would insert the magazine into the grip of the firearm. And then at that point, depending on if it has a slide stop or not, you would take the slide, pull it rearward, and then when you let go of the slide, it returns forward. Then it takes the unfired cartridge that you've loaded in the magazine and chambers it. At that point, the firearm is cocked and ready to be fired unless there's a manual safety that's on.
Okay. And what causes the actual firing of the gun?
So once that cartridge is chambered, it is again cocked. Sometimes it's a hammer, sometimes it's a striker. But when you pull the trigger, it will either release the hammer, which hits the firing pin, or it's a striker, which most of the time gets pulled rearward slightly and then is released so that it hits the primer of the cartridge. Once you hit the primer, then there's a detonation of the primer. The primer then will light not light, but the spark will hit the gunpowder, which causes a deflagration, which is basically rapid burning. Gases expand, the bullet will then leave the cartridge case, then go down the barrel. As soon as around the time that it exits the barrel, the slide goes rearward and then kicks the fired cartridge case out, generally to the right. Cartridge case then is ejected, and then the slide returns. If there's another cartridge in the magazine, that next cartridge will be loaded into the chamber. Then that cycle repeats as long as there is ammunition in the magazine.
And for purposes of me dotting I's and crossing T's in this case, does the gun operate, the bullet is expelled out of the front as a means of that explosion of the chemicals?
Yes, the gunpowder, yes.
Okay, what's the primer powder that causes the initial explosion? There's 3 chemicals?
Well, there's the lead, barium, and antimony that the trace evidence section looks for.
Okay.
That's the gunshot residue that's on hands or could be on anything.
Right. And that's what, that ignites as a result of a pin hitting it, causes the explosion, which causes the force to expel the bullet out of the front of the gun.
Yes.
Okay. So how many guns have you examined in the 20+ years you've been a firearms examiner?
Do you still want me to explain revolver as well?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just basically what's the difference between a revolver and a
Okay, so I talked about the semi-automatic pistol, which has the magazine. The revolver has a cylinder that you load. Generally, it's around 5 or 6 cartridges that you can put in the cylinder. When you load the cylinder, you close the cylinder so that a chamber is in line with the barrel. When you pull that trigger, if it's double action, the hammer goes back, the cylinder rotates. If there's a cartridge in line with the barrel at that point, the hammer will release. Then it'll hit a firing pin, or sometimes the firing pin is actually on the hammer. Will then hit the primer of the cartridge, and the same process happens where primer detonates, the gunpowder deflagrates, the bullet leaves the cartridge case, and then it exits the barrel. The difference with the revolver is it doesn't automatically eject the cartridge case. You have to remove it manually from the cylinder.
So earlier, when you were talking about a revolver, if there was a gun that was used to assume for the sake of this hypothetical question, there's a gun used in a homicide offense, and casings are ejected from the gun. You know that's a revolver.
If they're automatically ejected, it's a semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And if they're not ejected, assuming the person didn't throw them out, they would go with the gun wherever the gun went.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you are able to make gun predictions or determinations even if you don't have the gun. How do you do that?
There are what's called class characteristics. For instance, Glock has what's considered an elliptical firing pin versus a hemispherical firing pin. There are other guns that also have elliptical firing pins, but that's just one example of a class type characteristics that we look at when we're looking at firing cartridge cases. There's also breech face type markings. There's firing pin aperture markings. The firing pin aperture is actually the hole that the firing pin comes through. There's several other factors. Sometimes there's location of extractor versus ejector can indicate a certain firing as well.
So how, if you don't have a gun, how can you look at two casings that were fired from the same gun and determine that they were fired from the same gun?
During the manufacturing process of firearms, there's incidental imperfections that occur during the cutting of the metal of the firearm. These random imperfections then impart themselves on cartridge cases. Most of that happens on the primer itself, where you have the firing pin impression, you have breech face markings, which is the rear portion of the slide that comes into contact with the cartridge. There's also sometimes markings on the head stamp area, which is outside the primer, where the actual head stamp is. In this case, there's federal cartridges, there's an FC stamp on the head stamp. There's ejector marks on there. Sometimes there's breech face impressions. There's shearing type marks from the action of the firearm. There's firing pin drag marks sometimes that we can compare. There's also extractor marks that we can compare.
How many firearms examinations have you done in your career?
Wow, that's tough.
Let me ask you this. How did you get trained to be a firearms examiner? Tell me a little bit about your educational background and work experience.
Real quick, I'd say average maybe 100 cases a year, and I've been doing this for 21 years, so that's just a ballpark. I haven't kept track of every case I've worked. I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology and then a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven. I have completed firearms examination courses, gunshot primer residue courses at the Sacramento County Crime Lab. I have completed a forensic pathology internship with the Sacramento County Coroner's Office. I have completed several armorers courses with Smith & Wesson, Remington, Colt, Sig Sauer, Beretta, and Glock. I've toured several firearms manufacturing plants as well. I am a member of AFTI, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, and I have attended several AFTI annual training seminars and completed many workshops at those seminars. However, the bulk of my training was from the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, also known as Ohio BCI, and that was under the authority of the senior firearms examiners.
So 21 years working at BCI in Hamilton County, have you ever been involved in a firearms examination that was connected with a criminal case before?
Yes,
And have you ever been asked to make observations and formulate opinions on the basis of those observations?
yes,
And have you been able to do that
yes,
based on your familiarity with firearms and your expertise in that field?
yes,
Okay, have you been asked to come to court and provide testimony in that field?
yes,
And have you been recognized by the courts as an expert in firearms examination,
yes, I have,
including Hamilton County, Ohio?
yes.
You know how many times you've testified in Hamilton County, Ohio?
In Hamilton County, approximately 45.
Okay. And other counties?
Yes, there's 8 or 9 other counties.
Okay. Common Police Court?
Yes,
Okay. And have you been permitted in all those courts to provide expert testimony in the field of firearms examination?
yes,
Okay. We stipulated you, at some point in time, you would ask to be involved in an investigation surrounding the homicide of a person named Rondell Brooks.
yes.
Okay. And you're looking at a document, I'm actually going to show you the official court document. Look at State's Exhibit 10 and tell Judge Branch what that is.
State's Exhibit 10 is a report I issued which summarizes the findings of my examinations regarding the,
Not together, make sure that it's what already happened.
I didn't hear you, Mr. Bennett.
I just want to make sure that that document, that report is the report that I got to show, that's all.
Sorry.
that's okay. Regarding the homicide of a Rondell Brooks Jr., this was issued to Police Specialist Greg Gehring of the Cincinnati Homicide Squad.
So tell the court how, in a criminal investigation, how your unit, the forensic unit, works in conjunction with the coroner to try to make scientific determinations that can help someone determine cause and manner of a person's death.
We work with the coroner in the sense that, for instance, if it's a shooting case and there are bullets recovered during autopsy, they will then submit the bullets up to the crime lab, which is on the second and third floor of the coroner's office, so the first floor. Excuse me. We will then examine those bullets. If there's no other evidence, we just determine the caliber. Sometimes we can do a gun prediction based on a bullet alone. But generally, the police department will submit evidence to us for examination in comparison with the autopsy bullets. In this case, there's looks like a fired bullet from the crime scene, as well as 5 cartridge cases from the crime scene and an autopsy bullet, in which we would then compare to each other again, determine how many guns are involved. And then, in this case, we were able to do an actual gun prediction.
So I'm gonna show you a number of items, and first of all, I'm gonna tell you that we've stipulated to your report, so I'm gonna try to go through it quickly, but I'm gonna show you some items that other people have looked at that have been opened. So that
Okay.
because you would have a protocol, if you touch something when you finish with it, you seal it up, correct?
Yes.
We've opened these in court, so that's the reason that's easier to be able to do that. If you look at State's Exhibit number 8, can you tell the court whether or not you recognize that item? As soon as you do, tell the court what it is, what connection it is to this investigation.
I'm not seeing the exhibit. Oh, okay.
So if you look at, when you get inside, I'm on the 8A through 18.
Okay.
So 8 is just the bag on the outside. Tell the court what that is, what it contains.
State's Exhibit number 8 is a Cincinnati Police Department property bag, which contained the 5 cartridge cases that I examined, compared.
Okay. And when you examine a cartridge, if you examine several strike rifles, assume for the sake of this question, there's a homicide where there are a number of shots fired from the same firearm and the police collect those. Do you undertake efforts to keep each shell casing separate so you can make separate findings with respect to each one of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Cincinnati Police Department has placard numbers that they can associate with the scene. And I usually itemize or sub-itemize each cartridge case using their placard numbers. For instance, this is item number 4. When it comes into the laboratory or the crime lab, it is designated a certain item, which is number 4. Then I put a hyphen, and then for this one, it's 4-6, which means it was from Cincinnati placard number 6.
Okay, so if I showed you, this photo here, State's Exhibit number 2B, you see these yellow things in the parking lot?
Yes.
Are those the placards you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and if we looked at number, I cannot see without glasses. I have some.
I believe that's a 1 right there.
Let me see if I can figure it out. Here, I'll do it this way. Here, let me show you these pictures. States 2B. It states 2Z. If I had said that based on my eagle eyesight, that was number 6, can you make that out?
I believe where you were pointing was a 5.
Okay.
I see a 4 and a 5.
Is there a 6 on there?
Yeah, there is a 6 just beyond the 5.
Okay. And you see that photo, that other photo I gave you, States Exhibit 2Z?
Yes,
What number is that?
6.
So before we were talking just with respect to one of those items, and you said that was from placard 6.
Yes, which is State's Exhibit 8E.
Okay, tell the court how you know that that is placard 6 versus placard 2 or placard 14.
Again, we assign it an item number when it comes into the laboratory, which was item number 4. The placard number is 6. So when I sub-itemize each item of evidence, I use Cincinnati's placard number, normally just to keep things so that there's not quite as many numbers involved and it's easier to associate with a crime scene diagram.
So I don't want to speak for the judge, but I'm no firearms expert. So if I was looking at this, when you try to generate, when you make a report, you try to make it so that a guy like me can look at it and know, determine what you were looking at, what you saw, and what findings, if any, you made with respect to what you saw.
Yes.
And so if I took that placard number 6 shell casing, which is 80, I could go on this report and find 4-6,
Yes.
and that, in the first section up here, it would talk about specimens, what you're looking at. And 4-6 is this shell casing that was at placard number 6.
Yes.
And then in the bottom, when you make your findings, you can refer to that with respect to any findings or opinions that you generate.
Yes.
Okay, so I know that it takes a lot more time than this, but after you look, did you compare and look at all those shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And what opinion, if any, were you able to make with respect to those shell casings?
The 5 submitted cartridge cases were found to be fired in the same firearm.
Okay. Did you make any determination with respect to the caliber of weapon that was used to fire those?
Yes, these cartridge cases are 45 automatic caliber, caliber, which you can then say would be fired in a 45 automatic caliber firearm. There's other chambers that could fire a 45 auto, but you would assume that they're using the correct ammunition in the right firearm.
Okay. And were you able to make a gun prediction?
Yes.
And what was that?
This is one of those rare instances where there's class characteristics that would suggest it was fired in a Springfield 45 automatic caliber semi-automatic pistol.
It was fired in
Springfield?
Yes.
Springfield 45 automatic caliber semi-automatic pistol.
And where in the spectrum, if that's an appropriate way to say it, is a 45 caliber weapon from the standpoint of size or, I don't know, power?
Because of the mass of the bullet, the 45 caliber bullet is quite large. It's heavier than most pistol style bullets. There's going to be a lot of energy associated with the weight of this bullet. In fact, when we fire these in the water tank, the bullets always travel to the very end of the water tank. Whereas if you're firing a 9mm, which is much lighter, it'll go maybe 4 feet in the tank. There's a lot of power associated with the 45 auto because of the weight. There's not as much velocity. However, again, the mass of the bullet, there's a lot of energy that would be transferred to a target. As far as the size of the gun itself, generally the 45 is going to be larger than most pistols. However, they do make some 45s that are slim for to be able to have say a CCW. You might have a small 45 that you can actually still put in your pocket.
Is there any difference or any challenges we're looking at bullets, projectiles versus casings? And try to make comparisons.
With bullets, sometimes you have polygonally rifled firearms that fire bullets, and those are much tougher to compare because there's normally not as many individual type striated marks for comparison, such as Glocks have polygonally rifled barrels. And again, with cartridge cases, they're not always simple. Sometimes there's hardly any markings on them, and you have to look at numerous areas of the cartridge case to make an identification.
I think you said earlier that when a bullet is expelled out of the gun following the explosion, it goes down the barrel, and there can be things that cause it to spin.
Yes, that's the rifling.
And does that leave marks on the bullet that you might be able to later identify?
Yes, what's called a land impression is caused by lands that are in the barrel. The lands, if you would look into a barrel, you would see that they kind of spiral down the barrel. If it's to the right, if it appears that it's going clockwise, then the bullet's going to spin clockwise as long as the rifle engages the bullet properly. That spin gives the bullet what's called gyroscopic stability so that the bullet will travel in a more accurate fashion. Kind of like if a quarterback throws a ball and it doesn't spiral, it generally isn't going to hit the target like you would want it to.
So the spiraling is so that it travels straight out the barrel.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said before you used a word called a ricochet. Tell the court what a ricochet is.
Ricochet normally is when you're hitting something unintended. For instance, if you're shooting in the street and you hit the street and it bounces off the road, that would be ricochet.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation before where someone was shot? Have you ever heard the term through or pass through injury before?
Yes.
Tell the court what that means to you.
That's when the bullet enters a target or a victim and then literally exits the victim and then keeps going. It can hit several other objects. Sometimes it may get embedded into, like, say, a car, a door.
Have you ever examined a bullet that was recovered, a projectile that was recovered from someone's body that had contact with bone in the body?
Yes.
Okay, or have you ever been involved in an investigation where a bullet was a through and through injury and had contact with a car, as you said, or the sidewalk or something like that after it exited the body?
We look at the trace evidence on bullets and kind of make an opinion as to what it may have hit, but we don't know exactly what it's hit. Sometimes they'll put on the packaging where it was recovered from.
Did you look at two bullets in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you item 1, State's Exhibit 9, B as in boy. Can you open that up, tell the court if you recognize it, assuming you do, tell the court what it is.
State's Exhibit 9B
Yes.
is the bullet recovered from what's reported as being clots in the left armpit.
Okay. Can you take that out for a moment?
Yes.
And then look at 9A at the same time. And can you tell the court what that is?
State's Exhibit 9A, which is our item number 5-1, is a bullet that was submitted by Cincinnati Police Department.
Okay. Was that a bullet that you looked at in connection with this case?
Yes,
And what number did you assign to that?
5-1.
And what number did you assign to the other bullet, the autopsy bullet?
The autopsy bullet was given the item number 1-6, in which we always sub-item, which becomes 1-6-1.
Okay. So tell the court if you noticed any difference in the condition of the bullet from the autopsy bullet, which was recovered from the clothing, and the bullet that was recovered from the sidewalk.
The autopsy bullet is in perfect condition. It looks as if it was just fired in a water tank, basically. That's how good a shape it's in. The scene bullet has some impact damage, mainly on one side.
And would that be consistent with what you talked about earlier, assuming that it was a through and through gunshot injury, having contact with a car or the sidewalk or something after it left the body?
I can't say if it went through a person, but yes, it appears that it has hit something hard, which caused the damage to it.
Okay,
So it could be a through and through shot, or it could have been a miss and still hit something hard.
okay. Were you able to make any opinions with respect to those two bullets and the casings?
Yes.
And what was that?
First of all, I have determined that they are 45 caliber total metal jacket bullets.
Okay.
Excuse me. And they were also identified as having been fired in the same firearm.
So you know scientifically that those two bullets were fired by the same firearm and fired in those cases?
I can't say if these bullets were fired from the same gun that fired the cartridge cases.
Yeah.
You can assume that based on the fact that one firearm fired the 5, and then there's 2 bullets recovered at the scene. I used the class characteristics of the bullets as well as the cartridge cases to determine that Springfield likely fired these. But again,
I got you.
I can't say these bullets came from these cartridge cases.
Okay. Thank you. Pass the witness.
I don't have anything else. Nothing, Your Honor. I don't have anything else.
All right. Thank you. Dan?
Yes,
Step down? You may be excused, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go right down to
Yes, we should take a break. Just let me know before we leave if we need to have a discussion about Exhibit 4A before we go and get started.
Okay.
After lunch.
video, I think he's gonna be okay with me using, right?
No objection.
You have no objection to 4A?
That's what he said.
I'm sorry, Judge, what'd you say?
When we took a break with Officer Gehring, it was over Exhibit 4A. Did you get a chance to look at that?
I did.
Any-
You know, that's right. I know that. I apologize. I didn't hear you.
That's fine. Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Anything we need to discuss before we go on the record?
I just need to get, Ms. Greathouse to help me get
You
the,
know what? I think I want to protect myself. I want to put that on.
All right. Well, I think we're back on the stand.
Okay.
I just turned the microphone back on.
Detective, would you please state your name again for the record so we know who you are?
Greg Gehring, Gehring.
And you know you're still under oath from being sworn in earlier by the court.
Yes.
We're going to continue through the investigation. Before we broke with you, I had asked you if there was after yesterday's trial, that I asked you to go back and try to enhance the video that we've all seen so that we could concentrate or zoom in on the incident.
Yes.
Okay, were you able to do that?
It's not an enhancement, it's basically just cropping and zooming in on it.
Okay, and you were able to do that?
Yes.
And I showed you State's Exhibit 4A. Would you tell the judge what that is?
That's the copy of the zoomed in video.
Okay, I'm gonna. Unfortunately, you only brought me one copy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not throwing you under the bus. I just want the judge to know where she didn't have one. So I'm gonna play this now, Your Honor. I'm gonna play through it first, Detective, then I'm gonna go back through it and ask you some questions.
Okay.
That first person that walked through, who was that?
Camden.
Camden, what's his name?
Brandon.
Brandon. And what's his relationship to the defendant?
Brother.
And those two individuals, do you know who they are?
That is Jordan right there walking with the patch on the back.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what the,
It's like a patch of some sort of,
Is your microphone working?
I'm sorry, some sort of display on his back.
And who was the other person that looks like he stayed by the car?
That's Ricardo Blair, and he's wearing red.
Okay. And are these the individuals that came with him in the white vehicle?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Who was in the white vehicle?
Right now, it's Camden and Ricardo.
Okay, and Mr. Brooks was in the red vehicle.
He came in the red vehicle, but he rips it. There's a rail in there like steps.
Yep.
He ran up there, out onto, that'll take you to President Drive.
So if I pointed to this area right here, is that the red vehicle the defendant came in?
Yes.
Okay. And who is this individual?
Rondell. Brooks.
The victim.
Yes.
You got out of the car on the right-hand side.
Ricardo.
Ricardo?
Yes.
Is he the one wearing the orange shorts?
The bottoms are red or orange. Yes.
That's Ricardo.
Yes.
And who's the other individual that's approaching?
Jordan.
Okay, so it's the victim, Ricardo, and the man in the back is the defendant.
Yes.
The video, skip.
So this is taken from two videos in length, and that's kind of where the splice is on the video. Jumped a little bit.
So who was the person that fired the shots?
Jordan,
Okay. The defendant.
yes.
All right, so I'm going to go back now, and I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions, general questions about this. I got to figure out I'm going to use this. There, on the bottom of this screen, it shows 4 minutes and 23 seconds, 25 seconds. To the best of your knowledge, is that accurate with respect to the time?
Yes, it might be off a second or two due to the splicing of the videos.
Okay, but from a standpoint of for the court, they have a reference of the amount of time between the contact of the defendant and the victim. It is a fair and accurate representation.
Yes,
Okay. So the first person that we saw walking into the scene was who?
Camden,
Okay. And for the record, I don't know if you can see that, Camden is at the front of the car line at the 4 minute, 15 second mark. Is that correct?
yes.
And now these next two individuals are who?
Cargo and Jordan.
And I don't know if you can tell from where I froze it, who is who, or if you need a little bit, I can make it go just a little bit more.
That's Jordan,
So that's the defendant.
yes.
What did the other two individuals do at about 3 minutes and 58 seconds?
The other two, meaning Ricardo and Camden,
Yes.
they get into the white Toyota and pull the driveway a little bit.
White Toyota 6014.
Yes.
Okay. And where does the defendant go? If I play this. And I'm just going to go to where they stopped the car. They stopped the car at about the 3 minute 49 second mark, correct?
Yes.
Where does the defendant go?
Goes towards the front of the buildings on President Drive.
So I want you to look at this photograph here. And I'm not going to put it up there because I don't want to mess that up. Look at State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And tell the court or remind the court where that is.
This is the overhead map of the parking lot where the homicide occurred.
Can you draw, do you see the area where you see the defendant going up the stairs, where that is on this map?
Yes.
Okay, could you take this blue pen and draw an arrow to it and then circle it?
An area where he's last seen on there?
Yes. I'll show it to you.
You said you're gonna show it to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's right here, correct?
Yes, in between the buildings.
Judge, would you like to see this sentence?
Yeah.
And assume for the sake of this question that somebody went through that area, through that crosswalk, they'd be out in the front of the complex on President Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And assume for the sake of this question, well, first of all, I'm going to go back on this just a little bit. I got to get it worked out here. missed it. Hang on. That's the end. I gotta start it all over again. So that was Camden, the first person, correct?
Correct.
And this is the defendant and Ricardo, correct?
Correct.
And they're at the car here for a number of seconds, correct?
Yes.
Enough time for the Camden and Ricardo to get in the car and basically drive away if they wanted to.
Yes.
Okay, we do not see the victim in this photograph at this point.
No.
And the defendant now has taken off up those stairs.
Yes.
And we don't see the victim engaging the defendant in any way, correct?
Correct.
When the car starts to move back, that's almost a minute from the time the car moved to that full position. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And for the record, the victim appears at about 2.2221 left in the footage, correct?
Correct.
I think that to the right, for the record, to the right, the time counts down, to the left, it counts up, correct?
Here's our way, yes.
Okay. And at about the 2-minute mark, it appears that the victim and one of the two people in the white car are walking together. And who is that person?
Ricardo?
Okay. And now we see, this is the person you've identified as the defendant walking from around the white car toward the victim.
Yes.
And for the record, at about the 1:10 mark, that's where that little lag is that the judge asked about, correct?
Correct.
There's actually two people on the defendant's side of this. It's the defendant, and who's the person to his left?
The person that was Ricardo.
Okay. And after the shooting, the defendant gets into the red car.
Yes.
And does Ricardo run down to the white car and get in the white car?
Yes.
Okay.
You leave it there, David.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You leave it there for me.
Oh, okay, sure.
We've had a very good mask on, so they would be taught.
Okay. Okay.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. When was it that you had contact with the defendant after this incident?
3 days later.
And I know I asked you yesterday, he did not contact you and turn himself into a police, correct?
No, he did not.
You went out and got him.
Yes.
When you first had the opportunity to meet with him, did you tell him why you were meeting?
At the scene?
When you first met with the defendant, did you tell him why you were meeting with him?
Not initially.
Did you talk to him about about Rondell
Yes.
and Rondell's death?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you about that?
Shook his head, said he didn't know anything about it, really.
Now, you heard Mr. Bennett's opening statement, correct, as the case agent?
Yes.
I think Mr. Bennett said that the evidence would show that the police thought that the defendant acted in self-defense. Was that your belief
No.
when you conducted this investigation?
No.
Did you uncover any evidence to establish that Rondell Brooks in any way threatened the defendant on the date in question?
No.
Did Rondell Brooks have a weapon on his person?
He did not.
Okay. Who had a right to be at that location on that night?
Rondell Brooks lived there.
Did the defendant live there?
No.
And as a result of your investigation, as a result of everything we've heard, you charge this defendant with a homicide offense.
Correct.
You believe that that's the appropriate charge?
Yes.
That's what he believes, Judge, is appropriate charge, his opinion. His opinion about, what's appropriate doesn't matter, the fact is.
Well, you didn't believe this was an accidental killing, did you?
I'm gonna object again to his opinion.
Overruled, he is a homicide detective or specialist.
You didn't believe it was accidental, did you?
No.
Have 1 second, Judge. Thank you, Detective. I'll answer the short.
How long was your interview with, the defendant? How long did you talk
I don't recall the exact length. It was some time.
to him? About an hour or so?
Sounds about right.
It was you and one of your colleagues?
Detective Bob Randolph.
Detective who?
Randolph?
Detective Randolph, who's retired since then?
Yes.
And you know that self-defense was mentioned during that interview, right?
Yes.
It was mentioned several times, wasn't
Yes.
it? And, was mentioned several times, and it was mentioned about this incident, right?
Correct.
Right. And then what also was mentioned by either you or your colleague was the fact that looking at this video, it could be self-defense, but we need a little bit more information from you. You remember that?
I don't recall what the exact conversation was. There was conversation about the video.
And that you needed some context to the video from somebody that was there. You remember that?
I know we talked with him about the video and asked him for what his sign was.
Isn't it also true that there was a statement that, you know, this could be self-defense? We need to find out what word it says so we can put some context to it because the video doesn't have any sound. You remember that?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Talk about the video not having sound.
Right. So there was some verbiage and some information conveyed by law enforcement that this could be self-defense, correct?
We did talk with them about what occurred.
And the word self-defense was mentioned, right?
Objection, gotta let him finish his answer completely.
And the various different ways this played out.
And self-defense was one of them, wasn't
We
it?
talked about that.
Right. That came from you guys, didn't it?
Yes.
Because he didn't mention self-defense, did he? You did, right?
He did mention it.
He mentioned it after you did, correct?
Objection to anything the defendant said under evidence rule 801. C.
Withdrawn. So now when you come in here and you say this wasn't an accident, and you say that you think he's guilty of murder, you forgot to mention that self-defense was mentioned by you and your colleague, correct?
When asked if it was accidental, it's clearly not an accidental shooting.
Why didn't you tell the judge we talked about self-defense too? Why'd you tell the judge that?
Objection. Judge, I didn't ask him what he said to the defendant. So I think it's a mischaracterization. of-
Question withdrawn. When you gave the judge over my objection, your opinion about what happened and what kind of homicide it was, why did you tell the judge that, hey, we talked about this might be self-defense? Why did you say that?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I missed the first part.
When you gave your opinion over my objection that this wasn't an accident and that you thought it was a murder, why did you also tell the judge that you thought it might have been self-defense too? That you discussed that?
I don't think it was self-defense.
Excuse me?
I don't think it was self-defense.
You did then? That day, when you interviewed him?
No.
You and your colleague didn't mention word that you just said on cross that there was some discussion by you and your colleague that, hey, this could be self-defense, we need to hear what you have to say.
Right, we talked about it. That doesn't mean we believed it.
And you believe that it could have even been self-defense by looking at the video alone, correct? You remember that?
Well, I mean, we might have said that, but we also spoke with people. We have a more broader understanding of what happened than what we necessarily told him.
So, isn't it true that there's no eyewitnesses to this incident besides Ricardo, Camden, the decedent, and Jordan, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it also true that this video basically captures what happened, correct?
Yes, some of it.
Right. Well, what part of it doesn't it capture?
Some of it's obscured by vehicles and such.
Okay. So, and you were aware of this entire video before you spoke with him 2 or 3 days after this incident, right?
Right.
You sat there with your colleague for about an hour and a half talking to him, right?
We spoke with him. I don't know exactly how long it was.
And then you guys said that Vaughn, yeah, he's got a checkered past. He's a bad guy. He's got a reputation. You remember that?
The past was brought up.
Right. Why was his past brought up?
So he was reluctant to talk with us. In fact, he lied about it for quite some time about what happened. So in order to foster an environment for him to talk to us, it's kind of we lay out
Right.
an environment that makes him comfortable to talk to us.
Right. And part of that laying out the environment to make him want to talk to you was information that you knew about Rondell, correct? And the information you knew about Rondell was that he was violent and he had a history and a reputation of doing bad things, and you said that, right?
He has a history of criminal history.
Rondell has a checkered past. He has done wrong to people quite a bit. he has a very bad reputation. Those were the exact words that was used, right?
That sounds like a,
That sounds about right, don't it?
I don't know if that's the exact words used.
You don't dispute that, do you? Because if you do, I'll play the tape.
Talk about the past.
Then you also said, when we saw the video, we saw him coming up on you. You remember that? You remember that being said, not by him, but by you guys.
We talked about the video. I don't know verbatim what we said.
So,
Talk about the video.
isn't it true that it was said by you or law enforcement, your colleague, we saw how he is coming up on you? Don't you remember those words being said?
I don't remember the exact words, but we talked about the video. What we saw in the video. I don't know verbatim, but
If I,
it sounds like something we talked about.
whew. Then you or your colleague said, you know, someone has a right to defend themselves. This is a right in America. You have a right to defend yourself. Remember that too, don't you?
We talked to them about self-defense, yes. Right.
And then you guys said, if your statement fits the video, you was defending yourself. You remember that? Remember those words?
I don't remember that being said like that.
You can't dispute that, can you? Because I'll play the tape.
I don't remember that being said like that.
You don't remember what being said.
What you just said.
Isn't it true that the words, if your statement fits the video or the evidence, then you were defending yourself?
I don't remember that being said like that.
You don't dispute that either, do you?
Again, I didn't memorize it.
So that's yes, I don't dispute that, correct?
Could or could not, I don't remember.
So that's yes, I don't dispute that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, then again, somebody said, Rondell, he's got a history. It was said for the second time. Remember that?
Again, we talked about Rondell's history.
You had already fostered up a comfortable relationship with me by that point, correct? Because he's talking to you about what happened, right?
He was talking to us at some point. He was talking to us about that.
So why do you still keep on saying that Rondell's got a bad history and a reputation? Is it because he, in fact, does?
He has a criminal history.
A violent criminal history, correct?
Yes.
Remember you or your colleague saying, you know, yeah, I don't think you guys went over there with any intentions or thinking about doing something. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you or your colleague asked Mr. Brooks, why did you run? Remember that?
Yes.
And what you were referring to was, because you've seen the video, you're referring in the video where Mr. Brooks is having some type of conversation or communication. Excuse me. BT or Rydell Brooks is having some kind of conversation or communication with Jordan and Ricardo. Prior to then, Cameron had walked off, Jordan and Ricardo was there, and then he abruptly goes back to the house. Remember that on the video?
I remember him being at the door and then going back inside.
He abruptly went back in the house. So he didn't just say it. He abruptly went back in the house. That's how everybody else is characterized this, because you know leave detective. You been sitting there listening to him. Remember Mr. Kane saying he saw him go abruptly back in the house?
Objection. Judge,
Say objection.
well, first of all, it's a compound question.
It is.
Yes.
I withdraw the question.
Why don't you break it down?
How many times you seen this video, sir?
Several. I don't know.
Several. Okay. Well, let me let you in. How many times you seen it?
I don't know exactly how many. More than one, more than two.
More than once. And you do recall that there was captured on the video BT going back in the house. You remember that?
I remember him in the doorway, then he went back inside the house.
And he abruptly went back in the house.
I remember abruptly, I remember him being in the doorway and going back inside.
But you do remember, and this is a single question, you do remember Mr. Kane characterizing from the video that he abruptly went back in the house. You remember that?
What any other person said. First of all, it would be improper for this police officer to be asked to speculate as to whether it was abruptly, but getting past that, prohibited, relying on someone else says it.
I'm sorry, getting past,
Getting past that, asking this witness to rely on what someone else said and assume it's the truth is inappropriate. It's up to the trier of fact to determine these issues.
I thought the question was, did he hear the officer say that the person went abruptly back in the house?
He's not asking about the officer, he's asking about what the witness that testified yesterday, the man who was on the porch, said.
I can move on. I will draw.
I'm having trouble with that question.
I will draw it. I said, you said you don't have any problem with that
I'm
question?
having problems with
Okay, you got to answer the question, sir. Now, the
Yes.
question is this. Since you assume the responsibility other than witness, you basically co-counsel with Mr. Crane, correct? That's why you
Objection.
withdraw. You sat and you listened to all the evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay, you sit there all the entire trial, right?
Yes.
And you heard Gary King testify, correct? And you heard Mr. King say that Mr. Brooks, BT, abruptly went back in the house. You heard that, right? You were told.
I don't know if the word abruptly was in there. I remember he said went back inside.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll move on. Now, but you do know this. You do know that when Mr. Brooks went back in the house, he didn't close the door, did he? He left it open, did he?
Right.
And he went back in the house, and when he went in the house, that's where your video picks up, this 4A video. Correct?
Roughly, yes.
Yes, it is. That's when it picks up. That's when you see the defendant, Mr. Brooks, run. He's not walking to his car, he's running to his car, right?
He runs once he gets, yeah, then he goes up the hill out towards President Drive.
He ran before he got to his car too, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. And so when BT goes in the house, however you went in the house, you don't recall, and you don't recall what you heard. But however you went in the house, you know, whatever fashion he went in there and whatever he said, Mr. Brooks ran after that, correct?
Yes.
And Ricardo ran after that, correct?
Yeah.
And Ricardo ran to his car and started his car and took off, right?
Camden was in that car.
I said Ricardo.
Right.
So you said Camden was driving?
Yes.
Okay. So Ricardo, Camden's in the driver's seat. Ricardo goes in the passenger seat and they take off, correct?
Yes.
You don't know whether or not that car was already running. You don't know, right? You're talking about the white or the Camden driver, right?
Right.
But you do know that marquee, that red marquee, is sitting there and it's not running. It's got to be started. And somebody's got to get in there and start it and put it in drive and take off. You know that too, right?
Right.
Right? And you know that because you know the person that was driving that car is Jordan, right?
Right.
So you see Jordan go to the car and then just take off running the president's drive, correct?
Yes.
While we're in the aerial video, isn't it true that if you're parked in that back parking lot behind the deceased's residence, when you come out, it'll take you back to President's Drive, correct?
Eventually, yes.
Yes, that's how you get out of the thing, roll in, right? And Jordan ran to his car, then he ran the steps and he went to a President's Drive, correct?
Yes.
That would be consistent with being expected to be picked up by people in the white 12, correct?
Could be.
Yes. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yes.
It also makes sense that when you run, because you think somebody's getting ready to shoot you, and you get out of harm's way, and you go to President Drive for your ride, and they don't arrive, right? You know they didn't arrive because you still see them in the video, right?
Right.
Because they're looking for Jordan and his car hasn't taken off yet, right?
I don't know why we're still waiting.
But you do know Jordan's car hasn't moved, and they can see that, right?
Right.
And they're standing there. And then Jordan is on President's Drive or wherever it is, looking for them, right? That makes sense, don't it?
I don't know what he was looking for when he was on there.
Well, now, after Jordan, I'm not telling you what he said, I can't do that. But after Jordan talked to you and your colleague about what happened on that video and what was said, at some point he did that, right?
Yes.
And then you guys said it fits what you're telling me. It fits what you're telling me. Meaning that it fits what he was saying, fit the video. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. Then, either you or your colleague say, I believe mostly everything you said, except you guys going over there at 1 o'clock. Remember that statement?
Yes.
I believe everything he said, except for the fact that he's going over there at 1 o'clock. And then the last thing that was said before you left out of that interview room was, I wish you luck. We had a video, and now we got an explanation. Remember that?
I don't remember that exactly what it said, but it could have been.
Yeah. Mr. Prim asked you about who had a right to be there. Jordan Brooks had a right to be there too, didn't he?
I assume so. Visiting someone there.
Absolutely. He's not a trespasser, is he?
No.
Before I forget, this video is for that's not real time, is it? Meaning the speed of the video. It's slowed down compared to the other exhibit 4, isn't it?
I don't think anything was done for the speed, I don't think.
No, that's not what I'm asking you, sir. I'm not saying that you intentionally slowed the video down when you created it. That's not my point. My question is, you zoomed in and it's slower than 4.
I hadn't noticed that. I haven't noticed that.
So that's Camden. Can you see, Judge? That's Camden, right?
Right.
Okay, because Camden left before. So at this time, Jordan and Ricardo and BT, they're up by BT's front door, correct?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Do it look like they're running a walk? Didn't it look like they were running?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they actually did run from BT when you went back in the house, right?
Objection, yes, and answer.
Well. Okay. I'm sorry, John, what was the rule?
Overruled.
Okay. You see how Camden is walking? See him walking?
Yes.
Okay. But this video is slow because people don't walk like that. People don't walk like that. This video is slowed down, isn't it?
Nobody slowed that video down.
But you don't know if it's slow though. You just didn't intentionally slow it down.
I don't think it is slow.
Okay.
Slow down.
But you will say, and this is the last time I asked it, Mr. President, Camden is walking, right?
Right.
And then Jordan and Ricardo, they ran, correct?
Right.
All right. So now Camden's getting in the car in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
So when Ricardo is running, he's just able to jump in the passenger, the car's already running, he's out of here, correct?
Yes.
Jordan doesn't have that opportunity, does he? He doesn't have a driver sitting in the car with the car running and the car ready to take off, does he?
The white car does.
Jordan doesn't have that same opportunity to have somebody sitting in that red car with the car running and the driver ready to go. He just jumps in the seat, right?
Not the red car, the white car was running.
I'm asking you about Jordan.
Right, Jordan can get in the white car.
But his car is there, correct?
The red car?
Yes.
The red car's there.
Right, but he tried to get in his car, correct?
I don't know if he's trying to get his car.
Well, don't you see him going toward his car and then momentarily, and then he takes off running? Don't you see him go to his car first?
I do see him walking, going there and then leaving.
Right, okay. And it appears that, for whatever reason, he takes off running instead of getting in the car, correct?
Right.
See the white car driven by Camden and stops.
Yes.
Did you notice BT or Mr. Brooks when he came out and changed clothing? Did you notice that he changed clothing like Mr. King did?
He does have different clothing.
He's got a hoodie on now.
Yes.
He comes back, he's got his hands in his pocket.
I don't remember where his hands are. No.
He didn't have his hands in the hoodie pocket before when he had that t-shirt on that he first had on, did he?
That's when the shirt didn't have a pocket.
Exactly. There's Mr. Brooks.
Around there, yes.
And then you're going to see Ricardo get out of the white car. That's Ricardo getting out of the white car, correct?
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that when Jordan Brooks comes back, he didn't approach Rydell, did he?
He came back to those buildings and came up to him.
No, you sure about that?
He came up to the group right there.
Did he come up to Ricardo or did he come up to BT?
I mean, they're both standing now.
Sir, which one did he come up to and talk?
He came up to both of them.
Okay, now.
Right here, got him.
This is BT, that's Ricardo, and this is Jordan, right?
Correct.
Is Jordan going to come up and talk to Ricardo, or does Jordan go up and talk to BT? Look. Who's he walking up to right now? Who is he talking to right now? 1, 2. Who's talking? And who's over here?
I don't know if he's talking or who he's talking to right now. He's closer right there, Ricardo.
Sir, you told the judge that he approached Vaughn. Did you say that?
I mean, look at the video speaks for itself.
Okay, well, let's go back over. Go ahead, sir. What were you gonna say?
Both of them are standing in the same general vicinity. He walks up to them.
Actually, they're in the general vicinity, but they're not standing next to each other. There's distance between Rydell or BT and Ricardo. There's a significant distance between them because you can see it on the video, couldn't you?
Again, I mean, the video, you can watch the video. They're both standing in the parking lot.
Right now, I'm questioning you regarding your testimony and your credibility. So here's the question. You told the judge that Jordan approached BT and Ricardo. You remember saying that?
Yeah.
That's not true, is it? Based on the video, that's not true, is it?
It is. Look at they're in the same area
Okay.
when Jordan walks up behind him.
Sir,
He's closer to Ricardo, but they're both in the same general area.
sir, if this is me and Ricardo was standing here and Dave Trim is wide, and I'm coming this way, and I walk up and I stand right here, how the hell am I approaching David Trim?
You're walking amongst them. He walks up on the sidewalk.
I'll move on to the next question. Isn't it true that BT aggressively moved toward the defendant first?
I don't know who stepped towards the other one first. Let's watch the video again. Let's watch the video because there's back and forth. A couple times it looks like Rondell's walking back to his place when Jordan walks up towards him.
What did you just say?
A couple times it looks like Rondell's walking back towards his apartment when Jordan walks in between the cars back towards him.
It's BT, right?
Yes.
Tell me to pause the video when you see Mr. Jordan Brooks approach BT. I got it.
Keep playing.
Okay, let me stop right there. Did you see Jordan Hurley back up? Did you see that?
So I'm back up onto the step.
Right.
Outside.
And did you see Mr. Brooks walking toward him as he was Hurley backing up? Did you see that?
Replay that.
And why is this splice right there at that point anyway? I mean, why is that splice?
I didn't do it.
Oh, I thought you created this.
This was given to us by the housing complex.
When?
And they back.
No, I'm talking about 4A, not 4,
Also,
4A.
these are done. They give us the raw video. and then we have our video guys put them together,
When was this video created?
last night or this morning.
By who?
Steve Alexander in our office.
And whose request?
Mine.
Right, and did you help him do this?
No.
Right, so it just happened to be spliced.
So it's a combination of two videos.
You told me to play it again. Play it again. That's, you see Jordan?
Yes.
You see Ricardo?
Yes.
And you see BT?
Yes.
You see Jordan walk up to Ricardo, don't you?
Walking past him right now, yes. Up to him, past him, yes.
Did you just see that?
He took like you talk about Rondo right there?
Yeah.
I wouldn't call that aggressive. He's just pacing back and forth.
You didn't see Rondell go toward Jordan?
Took a step, and then he went back.
And who was that?
The video speaks for itself.
No, sir. You understand. You're under oath. You got to answer my questions. Now, didn't you see Jordan Hurd go back like this? Didn't you see that?
Go back on the side.
And isn't it true that the person that was in front of Jordan when he heard him went back was Mr. Brooks on the floor? Isn't that true?
He was in front of him, yes. He was the one in front of him.
Okay.
All right, now you can see Jordan walking towards him.
Okay, hold on. How close did we get to Mr. Brooks? How close did Jordan get to BT? Or was he walking back to Ricardo?
Well, he was walking back that way towards both of them.
How close did he get to BT?
I can't tell from the video how close.
Not that close, was it?
I can't tell how close it is from the video.
Right. He's not up in his face, or his private space, correct?
Right.
What happens next? You see Jordan back up, then he takes a couple steps forward. See him back up, now BT walks away. Jordan takes a couple steps forward. They're not in each other's space. Now who's going to whose space again? Jordan takes some steps backwards. BT goes away. Space between them. Jordan takes a couple steps forward. Who just walked up on who? Right for the shot.
Rondell's walking towards Jordan.
Right. And you don't know from this view, you don't know what Rondell's doing with his hands, do you? You don't know that, do you?
From this view on the camera?
No, you don't.
It's obscure.
As a matter of fact, that's what you guys needed to hear from Jordan when you interviewed him. You need to hear what was going on, that which you could not see, correct?
Right.
And that which you could not hear, correct?
Right.
Right. And you got that from Jordan, didn't you? After he lied and told you he wasn't there, correct?
Objection to anything the defendant said.
I agree. Withdraw. No further questions.
were talking about Camden and Ricardo. If you look at State's Exhibit 15 and 16, tell me if you recognize the people depicted in those photographs.
So 15 is Ricardo Blair, 16 is Camden.
Okay, so those are the other two people that you've been talking about.
Yes.
You said, in response to a question from Mr. Bennett, let's strike that, let me ask you this first. How many homicide cases do you think you've investigated in the 15, 20 years you've been?
Hundreds.
Do you find it unusual when someone doesn't want to talk about committing a homicide?
No.
So you used the word when you were talking about, first of all, so the judge knows too, this statement or this attempt to interview the defendant, did you say any of the things that Mr. Bennett brought out?
Judge, I'm going to object. I know Mr. Turner has a lot of rehabilitative. What he's going to do is he's going to use a lot of leading questions. And I'm objecting to that form of question that he's employing right now. It's leading, and it's inappropriate.
Well, first of all, I'd take exception to him thinking that I think I need a lot of rehabilitation of this witness. I think that's an inappropriate comment on Mr. Bennett. But I don't think the question I just asked him, I said, did you ask any of the questions? How is that leading?
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may ask the question.
Most of the speaking was done by Detective Bob Randolph.
Okay, and what were you doing when this was going on?
Listening, taking notes.
Okay. Tell Judge Branch where Detective Bob Randolph is right now.
He is retired.
Okay. So it's possible to get him back, but a little harder to get him back.
Correct.
Okay. So you knew when you were answering questions with Mr. Bennett that he was asking questions about what Detective Randolph said.
Correct.
Okay. But you said when you first started talking with the defendant, you guys brought up self-defense. Did the defendant brought up self-defense?
Not that one.
Okay. What had the defendant told you up to that point about his knowledge of what happened on June 16, 2020 in that parking lot?
He said he didn't know. He didn't know that.
And you use the terms, it's an environment that makes him feel comfortable. What does that mean?
So, the truth, our goal is getting the truth out of someone, right? And I go back to, I guess, the biggest example when I worked before homicide, I worked personal crimes. And you're dealing with, someone who would rape children, and you're interviewing. You just have to create an environment that makes them feel comfortable, makes them want to open up and talk to them.
And are there times when you say things that may or may not be what you really believe in an effort to further that goal?
Yes.
Judge, please.
Several.
Now, the video that we watched 4A, neither does the video 4 or 4A show what happened between Mr. Brooks and the victim inside of the apartment.
Correct.
Does it?
It does not.
Okay. And I want to ask you a question. Do you remember what the temperature was that night?
I recorded it at 60 degrees. You can see in the videos, most people are wearing hoodies. And in the crime scene photos, you'll see some police officers are wearing kind of pullovers. Some are wearing short sleeve shirts. Some are wearing long sleeve shirts.
I noticed right there. I'm gonna move it back, but when it gets to about 1:22, and I don't know if you can see it on this as clearly as you can on here, I see something coming out of the victim's mouth. Like, I don't know if it's smoke from a cigarette or steam, but if you watch this, I'm gonna start it. You see that right by the telephone pole?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that is?
I think it's smoke from a cigarette or a cigar of some sort.
Okay, so we know that if he's smoking, that one of his hands is engaged in touching a cigarette.
Yes.
And I know Mr. Bennett does a pretty good job of trying to sell his side of this, but the truth, do you know what these individuals were discussing that night?
I know from speaking with, from Camden,
But of your own personal knowledge, do you know what they were talking about?
No.
Do you know if they were talking about the Reds or the Bengals?
No.
Do you know if they were talking about getting together to go fishing?
no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Do you have any recross?
I got one question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett, you may recross based on anything that came out in the redirect.
On redirect, Mr. Prim asked you, he asked you, you didn't know what they were talking about on the video, right?
Right.
And then you began to tell him, Camden told you what they were talking about, right?
Actually, it was a little bit of Camden, mostly from a Florida.
Right. And the defendant told you what they were talking about too, right? The defendant, Jordan Brown, told you what they were talking about when you interviewed him, right? And he told you that BT was threatening to kill him, correct?
Objection. What the defendant said?
Well, when you opened the door, you asked?
Yes, he what the defendant said.
You asked him, did anybody tell him what was being said on the video?
I asked him if he knew what they were saying.
Right. And
He's the one that said,
What's his name?
no further questions.
All right, thank you, officer.
Judge, if I could have 1 second, I want to put my exhibits together and present them to the
All right, do you have any other witnesses?
court. I do not at this juncture. I don't believe I do.
Okay, I thought there was a third person you were.
We did it with the detectives. It was going to be a crime scene person, and the detective was able to do it.
Sure, you can have a few minutes.
Good, then I saw him.
Yes, we can take a 5-minute recess. No. Okay, so is everyone here? Is here?
Yes.
I'm going to go there. All right, we're gonna adjourn for today because it's 4:04 and security has asked us to wrap up a little bit early each day this week. So Mr. Prem, I think where we left off is you are tomorrow going to move in your exhibits and then rest.
That's my plan, Judge.
That's the plan. And then I think there'll be some motions and then the defense will start their case.
Yes.
We have a longer morning docket tomorrow, so we can start tomorrow at 10:30. Does that work for everyone?
Yes,
All right, then we are adjourned until 10:30 tomorrow morning.
There will be a new Zoom link tomorrow, and I will get it to everyone in the morning.